Hello. Ah. Oh, there we go. Wow. Stanley Parable is Stanley. Oh yeah, I was messing around with the settings. Okay. I think the what do you call it? Sound might be good. All right, audio potentially. I don't know. Let's just start. The end is never. The end is never.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Hi,
Orders came to
Stanley.
him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others
Good
might
lord.
have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Was he?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Normal. Hold on. Now we must resume.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Which one's the meeting room? I already forgot. Is it? Yeah, it's gotta be over there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Room closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait, it's red down there. Kind of wanted to go down. What happens if I go down? Can I crouch? There's a note. Hello. Nope.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley
What the
marveled
fuck?
that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
So normal.
I am okay.
Fucked up.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
Good
I must
Lord.
be real. I must be. Can anyone
Yeah.
hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Oh God.
Went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
This is the story of a woman.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Hi,
Got
Mariella.
dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day,
It sure
walked
does
was
kill you,
interrupted by
huh?
the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Congratulations on the
Although she would soon
transition.
turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she could
Yeah,
see
he's
the
just
strange
taking that.
man.
That was just
He
me
was
earlier.
obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Crazy. I was
And in
crazy
that
once.
moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane.
Willwood
I
reference.
am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Pilates.
It was comforting to think
I
this,
mean,
and
yoga's
in a
one
certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
And then she turned around. Parents sound like this, exactly. I gotta remember
All of
not
his
to go down
co-workers
the
were
stairs now.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How's this sound, by the way? Is
Coming
it
to a
good?
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Executive bathroom.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Random
for the
buttons.
correct code by a sheer mark. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Is there anything else? No. Down we go. We had an elevator exactly like this at the my old job.
Descending deeper into the building,
And it would go
Stanley
to the
realized he
basement.
felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh god. Can I go back up? Is that possible? Oh my god, it is. Oh shit.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I don't know, I felt a little silly. Does it? I bet nothing changed. Yeah. But what happens if I just keep going?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
Now,
It's
is
still
it?
just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
Okay.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
You ain't gonna give me another code? Is there another code that I can hit? Nope, just that. Alright, bet. Well, that answered my question.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Incredible.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
But what if? Nah, I won't waste more time.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Oh
Mind
yeah, it's this
Control
one.
Facility.
Did I go back? Escape or mind control? Does it actually unlock something, or is it just is it just loop? Because I probably won't do it unless it isn't anything. Do I want to escape, or do I want to mind control facility? You know what? Fuck it. Erp.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Wow.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Fired!
Their true nature revealed.
I didn't.
Each bore the number of an employee
Whoa.
in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Huh?
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Which one's Stanley's? What number is Stanley again? I completely forgot. Because there's like a 427? 42. There it is. I see. Right in the middle. The mean number. Yes.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
What's over here, though? What if I turned it on? Or do I turn it off? Do I turn it on? Will this even do anything? Probably not, right? What?
Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
I didn't mean to.
Stanley,
Actually, I did mean to, but also...
applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent.
Yo, is this a
Stanley suddenly
CCCC
realized
reference?
He had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a
Oh my
little
God.
complicated, Stanley. It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your star.
What am I supposed to do?
Shape it to your heart's desires.
Heart?
Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame.
Mind?
There's so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb
I
goes
completely
off.
forgot
But
what I'm supposed to
precious
do.
moments each one
So
of them
there's
is.
5.
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
Uh,
What this means, I barely know where to start.
5.
What's that?
7.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right.
Is that one
good
3
luck.
up there?
You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the
Erased
machine
them.
that set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the
That's
story.
shit.
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons
Erased
endlessly and then dying alone.
Okay.
Other
Too bad I
times,
can't
I let
rhyme.
the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let
Which
it
one's
turn to
3
a
again?
crisp.
Is it over here?
I have to
Shit.
say this though, this version of
I don't
events has been
remember
rather
where all
amusing.
these buttons are.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control
Okay,
wrested away
that's
from you,
1,
it's
2.
rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what?
That's
To
fucked
hell
up.
with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Why
Just a
not?
precious additional second, Stanley. Time doesn't
An
go
additional
unnoticed.
1 second. Thank
Oh,
you.
dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean,
Yeah.
look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this
Where's
room.
5 again? Over
These
here?
numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door.
You had to save me.
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would
Now
you
where's
say
the
that,
red,
Stanley?
big red
That
button
this
I saw?
video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
What?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along.
Wait, what?
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching.
I missed that.
Because I want to watch
Wait,
you for
is that
the
what those
moment
buttons
you're
are for?
powerless.
Shit.
To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's
Am I
a
supposed to
tragedy.
press something else?
You wanted to
Oh,
control
right.
this
Yeah,
world,
it's this one.
that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
I don't know if I did that right.
Stanley, that's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
Pick up power
No
too.
ending here.
Where's the
You
power?
blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go?
I legit don't remember how this goes.
It can't or don't. It's all the same.
Console
All
disabled.
a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the
Oh
moment
god,
you
oh
begin
fuck.
until the moment
My
I
eyes
say
are wiggly.
you're up.
Oh! That was evil.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Was
meeting
that the
room.
thing I was
Perhaps he
supposed
had
to do,
simply
though?
missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
My main goal is to blow up. I don't remember if I got all the
Hello,
endings.
and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Any minute now.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
He is so excited.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, Stanley.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
You can finally jump. And then that's it. You can no longer jump. That's fucking hilarious.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
No, we were only allowed to jump 34 times.
Yes. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I
Very
knew
good.
there had to be
Yes.
something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally
Oh
accountable.
my god.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Like always. The narrator has friend, Ayo. The narrator says he has a Twitter. Oh. Well, that's...
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Well, that's kind of sus. I'm joking. Coffee Hut. No, wait, nut.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa. You made this for me?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Dollar. Good Lord.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Calm down, it was just an elevator. That group. Oh, never mind. Person of the year. Gay wrongs. This man hates elevators. Exactly.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
We're also going to ignore the fact that I exploded before checking out this new content.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Spooky. Oh?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Sure.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
The way he talks sometimes, I swear. He's so dramatic. It's blurry.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
At least the narrator isn't overreacting.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Yeah?
If it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record, only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Are you sure about that?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, no, no,
You
no.
fool.
The Stanley Parable. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty
Wait,
of time
it
for me
freezes?
to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe
Wait.
it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been?
Don't describe it like
every
that.
choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one.
Is he
I
gonna
think it has a much
stop?
more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look.
No.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
He stopped? So, whenever Stanley hits this button, he just freezes in time, and narrator just sits there and watches him while he rambles? That's fucked up. That's not skipping at all. I can't do anything else, I guess.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know
You
it's
were...
shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel
Stanley standing
certain
like
that there was
ours.
one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, Unspelled. Should I wait or should I press the skip button? I kind of want to press the button. Yippee!
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12
Oh my-
hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue.
That's fucked
It's all out
up.
of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I
just
couldn't
skip?
get out of my head. I just couldn't
What?
ignore the negative feedback.
He's
Why
looping.
was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea
He
who
looped?
they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about
Like
me.
this.
The merest... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
You sound old.
Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Oh my God.
2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing
There's
that
something
I
here.
needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been
Please
scared
get
this
a
whole time.
therapist.
I
I am not
I'll slip
one.
backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding qualities.
No trauma dumping in
Of my
general.
reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am
Yeah.
truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Sit in silence, you say.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let
Oh
me
my god.
describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel
Oh
of
my
missed
god.
opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it.
Oh my
but
god.
merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to
Narrator.
be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If
Evil.
I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Sounds like a skill issue, honestly. How long was I sleeping? It doesn't even... Oh. He's gone. There's nothing else to do but to press the skip button now. We've already gotten this far. What? The clock. Bad noise.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They
What?
had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel
He's crazy.
bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn
He's
to look at
completely
our
lost
deeper
it.
nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison, perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said,
Oh my God.
entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us,
looping.
now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack
Is
of
this
accountability,
like
it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find...
I was just waiting until the ads were over. Narrator, are you back? It still says it's been 150 for the past 10 years. I am so sorry, Avid. Anyways. Boop.
The end is never the end, is never
Oh.
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the
Uh.
end, is never the 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 end.
Oh my God.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Crazy. I was crazy once. Literally.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He's died. Oh. It's leaking over here. It's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end, it's never the end. Oh my God. How long was I asleep for? Thousand years. Ah, I see. Anyways, I'm kind of getting a little tired. I'm gonna take a little nap. Light! Can I go over there? Too bad I can't interact with shit. 5,000 years. I walked around too much. Time for a nap. Oh! Good lord. Hey, at least we have some food. How is Stanley alive? He's never eaten or done anything. Listen, plants could be food? Question mark? Oh, it's all gone. Ashes. Fucked up. What's that noise? It sounds spooky out there. The fuck's up with the ashes? Hmm. Complete. Never mind. Oh, that's scary. Too scary. I'm going back to bed. Oh! How did he stay upwards? Oh shit. He's a horse, he really is.
Macaque from Lego Monkey Kid.
Sobbing, crying. Don't worry, the narrator will be back, right? He's not dead. He totally isn't. Listen, it was only a couple billion years.
All of his co-workers were gone.
See? He's still here.
Stanley decided to
Nothing
go to the
ever
meeting.
happened.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is... Oh, wow, guys, I think this is where the new content is.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have
Uh-huh.
something very exciting to show you.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ayo. Also,
Yes,
this...
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
Yo.
This is what fans
Clementine?
have truly been asking for.
Doesn't the narrator remember everything that you go through? Or am I mistaken? Yeah? So he just endured that many years.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
he endured that many years, and suddenly he's like, "Hey Stanley, you're back. Let's give you a second game." surely, surely this. Oh, I need to update that. This didn't do any. This won't affect the fish population. They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. Part 2. The Stanley Parable. Wow.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
What? Sequels are good. Yeah? Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar. What? Did y'all hear that? Spooky. New features. New content. That was the narrator? No way.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. I have no clue. This t-shirt is the best new feature. Please, no screenshots. Infinite hole? Office decorations? So, I think I'll go left to right. Go. Here, your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind,
Yeah.
my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Does
Isn't
it?
that wonderful?
I bet.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim
What?
to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as
You
Jim,
force a sign.
sleeping and waking
Jim
as Jim,
Kid.
falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay.
Jim. Yes, you see.
He's
What a
insane.
thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you.
Narrator, you're insane. Should I do it again?
Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
This has the same energy as that one scene in Portal 2 with Wheatley and fucking finishing every like the solutions to the puzzles.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise,
What?
soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
That's fucked up. Can no longer be Jim. Bro took the gender away. Oh.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim in the game. Should I go into Mysterious Door? Epilogue? The epilogue is like the beginning of stuff, right?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the...
Oh, shit.
Well, we'll figure that out later.
Prologue is the beginning. Should I do the other stuff first then? I think I might do the other stuff first. You did say left to right. I did. I did, but I didn't know that was there. Huh. Go back. Red is the new orange. The baby. It's all grown up now. Consistent quality, just right around. I love how he spent all this time making a whole museum for the new game and didn't work on the game. Collectibles. Proof of concept. Collect them all. Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that
What
there'll
the
be no
fuck?
reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the fuck? Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Hey, listen, at least
Now,
he...
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley. I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers, we hear you. He's probably gonna finish it before Yonder Sim Dev does his game.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We are going whole. Yippee! Guys,
Stanley,
it
here's
is
an
finally
idea that
happening.
I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Bitches love holes. Infinite hole. Yeah. Yeah, what? Never mind. Yippee!
Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to
No.
go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, we're going home.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's an extremely deep hole.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
Okay.
Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Thanks for the follow. Stanley Parable Fog, real.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
I haven't.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
What?
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Hell yeah. This is still my first time trying out this, the Ultra Deluxe version, so no spoilers, please.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you?
Whoops.
I know you're obsessed with
That was an
but
accident.
at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Listen, a hole is a hole. I cannot...
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be
Yippee!
with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
You could have done that last time when I was skipping the button, bro. Wait, can I jump? Like, no. What? Oh! Hole. The hole grows. We descend. Goodbye. Truly, the best day of our lives. Have to change your perspective? What do you mean? Oh my god. This is beautiful. Change your perception? Hey! Hey! We dancing. We grooving, we vibing. No shot. Insert fire emoji. Oh. Change your reality. Oh my god. I like this one better. Oh my... Rise. Rise. Change yourself? Oh! What? He's a robot now. What the fuck is going on there? What the fuck? Whoa! What is that? That was his leg! Oh my god, puppies.
Stanley? 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 Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away.
No, that was great! Put me back!
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Hello, Becker Void. Welcome. Maybe. I think the hole was the best
Go on.
stage.
Try out some of the new features.
Average hole experience, yeah. Oh, it's a jump circle again. I don't have any jumps left.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh, that's the epilogue. Let's check out the other thing over here. Reassurance bucket. Oh wait, what's in here? It's been like a month since
Okay,
then.
I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I like this one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
No!
12th birthday step-niece it is.
You already had that planned. You were just tormenting me.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No.
Please?
No, I've made my decision.
Fucked up.
We're moving on.
Killing you. Oh, I see. I understand. Bucket time.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played
Where's
it.
the bucket?
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Dear God.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
No. Okay. Oh!
Can you feel it?
Hello?
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
Why you laugh like that
I
though?
do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well. I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
What?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Homosexual? I gotta go. That's a chair. So, we have a bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I think we did all of these already. Unless this is something. I doubt that's something. Burp, 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 burp. That's nothing. We're gonna go up here now. Oh.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
This is... What? I want to check out the dark room. First, actually. It's so confusing. I don't know what the order is. Unless this is just nothing. Oh my god, it was nothing this entire time. That's great. That's great. That's great to know. Well, I am done here. Time to leave. We got the bucket. Our name is Jim. Was. And we went home. Do we get to go whole again? What is going on?
So, Stanley,
Oh.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll
Okay.
arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
I bet.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well,
Listening.
insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
What? Huh? That's fun. door. Everything's red. Yeah, the narrator may have or may not have went crazy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he
There's
was
the
employee
balloons.
number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
It's just Stanley and Bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
Yes,
hours,
please.
did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Thank you.
It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
By sheer
Was
luck.
it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Stanley Parable. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Fun
The
Stanley
elevator
Parable.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Escape.
read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Awesome.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on
Yeah?
track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's a hole. Oh, I see.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Farewell, Stanley.
It's okay, the bucket will protect me.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
What?
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
What? Woman?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
It's a
It's true
bucket.
that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
I still
It was
have
a
it.
glorious bucket
Wait,
to behold.
do I? I don't have it anymore. Never mind, you took it away from me. How dare you? What? I was just holding it. Okay. It's sad, but it had to happen. Bucket died. The bucket welcomes you to the exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like in buckets itself, the human mind is frequently empty with... Yeah. Carbonous void, but no use of the exhibition in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched of substantiated knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. True. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind that what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in the ignorance of darkness? Okay. Rest in peace, bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I didn't do that. The narrator gave it to me. Fucked up, blaming me. I'll take this one too. Never mind. Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which is medieval era, but powerfully alluring that is drove dozens of nations to war with another of control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. Bet. Yeah, sure. Oh my god. They actually have... Keep trying. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in the drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Good Lord.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This disturbance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh. Oh, we good. Oh. Why did I get scared of that? Anyways.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Okay.
Let Stanley.
What?
Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Ah. Hello? I died. Can I still have the...
All of his
Aww.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket's gone. Oh, never mind. It was just in this room.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Well, is it just me or is that different?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was
The
wrong.
bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
But there's a button here.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
What?
place eventually.
Oh my god.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Is it
We're
now?
the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No, I hate you,
Make the
Adventure Line.
Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
No. Fine.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Not this again. Make it stop.
Now this
Oh, thank
is
you.
what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes
Yeah.
from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
Okay.
But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give
No.
something up.
You're not taking the bucket from me.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
What?
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
Oh my god.
The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
What the fuck?
For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Amazing. Good lord. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
So true.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Sure thing, bucket. Right away, bucket.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's
Okay.
something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed
The
blindly.
voices. The voices. Alright, Bucket, I trust you. I trust you, Bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Okay.
Said the
What? I
This is
didn't-
the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Bucket, I am home. It's me, your Bucket. Press M to take me to work with you. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
No, it's not. You can't prove anything. Take me back home with you. Okay.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how.
Random
I can
train
convince-
event.
I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket. J.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the lab man. Press H for us to go back home. Okay.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
I bet.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Yep.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Thanks for the follow, Mubaru. Press Y to relive the same day with me, over and over. Okay.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
X to go home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
No.
this would be less to
Only mine.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley?
No!
Give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
It's
Give it
mine.
to me
You
now.
cannot.
Give it or I'll...
I just almost got jumped by the narrator. Oh, different rooms.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift
Whoa.
all the way to the top.
There's a place of...
There's something up there
Wait,
I
what?
need you to do.
Let me get over
Stanley
there.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
How do I get there? I'll check that out next time.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Huh?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Trick question. Probably.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual.
Oh my god. I was just joking about it not being, but ayo.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You fool! Anything can be a bucket if you believe hard enough.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay. The bucket was a lie.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on.
Listen, there's a hole on top, and you can use it to carry things.
Is this a bucket?
There's a hole on top, and you can use it to carry things.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Exactly.
Item 6.
Yes.
Is this a bucket?
Give it. Yes, yes, yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Oh.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Good question. Nothing equal bucket? I mean, that could imply that anything could be a bucket, so...
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. I'm
Damn.
going to erase all buckets from the
No.
Okay, here we go.
Shit just got dark real fast.
What happened? Is everything gone?
See, I told you.
Disappear. Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
Yes.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
And we're back. Oh.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Who's to say the narrator isn't recorded messages? Oh. Could be. Maybe.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Oh. Hey, yo.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I want to see how to
No.
get to this.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Is there no way to get to that? Oh, wait. Oh.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. What's in here? Oh. Oh, this is something. Cassette tapes. That's a narrator. Huh?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? The fuck? Who was that? Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Interesting.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Is there anything else?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Is there anything else in that one? I don't remember. I might go left. How we can find them all. There will be no reward. Trust the completionist instinct.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
It is my bucket.
Your companion and lifelong friend.
Yes.
You can't hand it over. Oh no.
I will not.
Getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
How
That your
dare...
life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh.
There.
Oh my god!
It's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
Yes!
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I love this.
All
We got a
right,
sticker
I've
now.
got a second sticker back here,
Oh.
and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Yes!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
You got more stickers? Come on.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
No way, come back. Is there anything else happen when I stay here? I can shut the door. I'm bored. Go ahead and go. Oh, you're right. Nope. Nothing. At least we got these stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Limina 24 hearts.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of
Thanks
little
for the
Stanley
sub!
Marines, and
Yo!
I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
The Aphodon parable. Hi, droids.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Crazy?
He looked
I was
down at
crazy
the bucket
once.
in his arms. Am
It
I
took me in the room.
crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and
Bucket,
comfort.
speak to me, Bucket.
That's when Stanley realized,
Bucket!
this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone
What?
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely
What happened to
no
my
good would come
bucket?
from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. "Oh,
Not again."
gracious," he exclaimed. "Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it." Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. "Stanley!
Stanley!
Where are you, Bucket?
The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room
Where
to
is
room,
it? Where is it?
by one bucket after the next.
Oh.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to
It's
find
not-
the bucket. He had to
Which
return
one
to
is the
God's
real?
end. It was the only way to truly.
Oh my God, there's more!
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Dear
It was
God.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
No.
This is
have
the
a good
story
era.
of a woman named Mariella.
Welcome back, Shinx.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
She's holding my bucket!
This particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a
Thank you.
man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew
No, he's
what
sleeping.
the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Thank God I'm not that guy.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Where is it? Where's the input thingy? Hello? Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
So true. Should I wait? I should wait. Can you turn off your own computer? Fuck. I'll try that next time. Is there a way to go there? No? There was no way to do
Stanley
the input.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
shit.
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I love you, Bucket. You're the best Bucket. Things are so normal here. #1 Bucket fan. Exactly.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Let's
Was
go.
the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, so I want to try to do that puzzle again. I don't know what happens if you click the last 5 number, this one. What else are you supposed to do after that? You hit this big button here, and then I know that door over there opens. Does this button need to be pressed? I guess we find out.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly birds!
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh my god! Yo!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him.
Have a
This
good
wasn't
backroom.
a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring
This is the
and
best
surveilling silly
ending.
birds all over the world.
I am
The
enjoying
mind controls
silly
were only a
birds.
facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this
I love you,
incredible
Bucket. This is the best
Stanley and
gift
the bucket
ever.
never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds and
Yes!
of all the possible paths his life could have taken. This one was surely the best.
It is. It is the best.
Stanley was happy.
And I am happy. Yes. Bird. best fucking ending. I love that. Can I turn this off? No, I cannot.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
The input thing stopped showing up. Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Good bucket. I wonder what
Stanley
happens if I press
clutched
off
the
now.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think we need one more Stanley figure, too.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh,
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've
Never
nearly
mind.
gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
we sure
You can't
do.
go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
I'm getting insanely hungry, though. So, I don't know how long I can keep going.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Maybe. I might want to eat after stream, though. And bringing it in here will probably make it worse.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
In a really cool
The
way.
bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
Oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Hmm? What?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I feel like I did all the endings except for the one that ends here. And what else? The adventure line thing? I don't remember how to get to those though. If they're even in this. So we did. Okay, I think we did that one, right? And I just want to see what happens.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh my god, what? He's singing! Nothing happens in this elevator, does it? Oh shit, fucked up. Oh. Oh. I see. That's where that was. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls.
No, I can't get up there?
Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket,
no, it
up
doesn't
against
make
the
sense.
world.
Never mind.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Damn it. Thought I could do something with the buttons because you could press them before going in there. We will look at birds.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly
birds.
The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
The end is never the end.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Let's go.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What happens if I go to the escape?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We got the feeling money's for stealing, not yours, of course.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
How about we go home again?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself. and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous...
damn, is it just the same thing?
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Rest in peace, bucket. It's sad, but it had to happen. We will always remember you.
It was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own. Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his... No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Died. Last input. Oh. Just fucking died. Oh my god. It's the buttons. No bucket though. Sad. They reset shit. Stim room. Yeah, exactly. This reminds me of that arcade game. I think it's achievement. Okay, how do I go back? Do I have to restart or? Begin the game again? Will that reset everything? Wait, I guess you can't technically reset everything, can you? It'll just take it. Okay. Oh, and that stays there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I think I already did that. If I... Damn it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. I got everything on the left side.
Already this was uncomfortable.
I
And
am
Stanley
pretty
decided
sure.
that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Is that it?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Ah, shit.
And then,
I've seen this
very
ending too.
distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
I think that's it. I think that's all there was. Oh no.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever
Welcome
Stanley
back.
is hearing the bucket say to
I
him
think I
is
might have
just in his
found
head.
all the endings? Question mark.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't
Because
you
I
be
keep
concerned as well?
doing.
To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I
I'm
want to
pretty
say
sure
something to him, but I
I've
don't know
done
how I can
everything there
convince
is
him.
to do.
I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I cannot tell though.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly
Yeah,
do
I'm
for
gonna-
you is a...
Oh. What?
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
And what is that? Huh. Oh wait, we already did this. Shit. Is there other
Don't
routes
you
I
get
could
it,
take?
Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why
No,
I'm very
you
proud
can't
to
make
introduce a
me.
brand new character.
I legit think that's it. That's. I did the buttons. So I did. Oh.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place
Oh, we
of
already
work.
heard this.
The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Thank you. Have a pleasant day.
Yeah, I legit think
Stanley
that's
clutched the
it.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I couldn't find the last figurine though. I don't know where the last figurine would be. Yeah, we did everything. Did do it. Damn. That might be... Unless we just...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
But alas... But I want it. I think that's it, guys. I don't know what else
Coming
there
to a
more to
staircase,
explore.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Damn, fucked up. Unless, wait.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of...
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
It is surely not.
Stanley
Getting
clutched the
crunch.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can you go down there? Is there a way to go down there? Is it possible? Without dying.
But Stanley
Damn it.
feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I guess that counts as another
All of
ending.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply met... As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past
Okay.
this point." Stanley, how could you
think
think it
that
was okay to
is
bring the bucket here?
it.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't
Unless,
know what is a
wait.
bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire
Idea.
consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Hello.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It's all good. I don't mind the lurk.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No, it is not
Incorrect.
a bucket.
This is a bucket.
Damn it.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Very convincing, but not a bucket.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
For real, for real. Wait, what?
Item 6. Is
Not a
this
bucket.
a bucket?
Not a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes. But also no. It's yes, but also no.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have
Hey,
that.
yo.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Correct.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
For real, for real. I think that's everything because I did everything that I could think of. All the endings that I could think of. So, and we've been going on for 3.5 hours. Lamau. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I didn't do anything. Maybe I couldn't. I can't think. I gotta go eat food. But at least now we've learned that bucket. What's the tip? Huh?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
If you got all the fig leaves, restart the game completely until the guy at the start stops. Oh!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Actually don't got all the fig leaves. I'm missing one, I think. Unless I do got them and I didn't remember. Restart the game completely. Until what guy stops? I think there's
All
one
of
more
his
ending
co-workers
missing
were
too.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's the other ending that I could be missing?
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
Now
And
this
indeed it
is a
was.
bucket. Dear God. There's more. No. Close and reopen the game. Oh.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I feel like I don't have all the fig leaves though. You can jump over a fence at the mind control facility if I... Oh. That's on the left, right? Also, you got 5 of 6 if I remember correctly. Yeah. I only had 5 out of 6.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yes.
Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Down the stairs at that juncture? Yeah, I did. The one that where it loops.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, now where exactly did you jump? Don't remember.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I think you jump on the desk and then jump over. Oh, you could do that? Oh my god, wait. Oh.
But
just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some
Oh
time
my
had
God.
gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the work
Yeah.
from standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All
Good
Stanley
Lord.
could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was inconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Wow. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
That's not spooky at all.
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Yeah. Yes, please. We might as well get this done while we're so far. I don't remember exactly where I found all the other Stanley figures. TBH. TBH. Hold on. Did you get the one under the stairs that's at the juncture before? Yes, I did. I got that one. I got the one in the boss's bathroom as well. And what else was there? When you get to the room, did you get the one in the warehouse through the right door? Through the right door? In the warehouse? There's a kind of sketchy walkway that leads to it. Yes! The one that's... Yeah, the one in the warehouse by the vent. Speaking of that vent, what does that vent do again? Oh, it's this way. Did you... Yeah, I got the cassette ending as well.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
The one
door
I'm
on his
talking about
left.
isn't an event. The cassette ending? Wait. Hold on. You're talking about the one that's... Yeah, the figure. The figure that's in the...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
The one
The
you can
bucket
see
turned
from
out to be
the
correct.
lift,
No,
right?
never mind.
Yeah,
bucket
the
was
one you can
wrong.
see from the lift. On the
Stanley
left.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
This one.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
And then there's
go
a
to
vent
the cargo
here.
lift.
Because I already got that. But yeah. And this is where the cassette ending is. Did you get the one when you jump into the catwalk from the lift? There's one there? What do you do from there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Like, where do you
one
go
man,
when you do that?
One bucket. One chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The red and blue one. The red and blue one? It's two multicolored doors? Wait, what? There's a third door.
This
There
was
is.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
Where?
cargo lift, yeah. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or
While the
how this
lift is
bucket
still
was speaking
moving.
to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley
mean
chose
that
not
catwalk?
to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
There's 3 doors. I don't remember seeing 3 doors. Like that one? There's no red and blue door, because that one leads to the... That one leads to the question room, and then you can't really go in the question room.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets
I already did
past
everything
this
in there.
point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Oh!
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we
Oh.
have to do something about
Okay.
it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Wait.
So much of the impact of the story... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I
He
don't
is
know
so
how to
angry.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
So this
Wiggly.
means, Stanley, this is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done
I don't
here.
have to
And now we
go
can to
until the
whatever
end.
hell you were doing
I can just
before
reset
you
it.
hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important.
At that. Resetting the game. It's opening back up. There we go. Oh. What? First time you booted up the game is... Yeah? I was fantastic. You did a great job with that one. But this time you simply enter... Yeah? Yeah. I have to say I'm a little disappointed. Perhaps you don't think that is worth taking the time to... Okay. Do you think I would ask you to set the clock if it weren't an integral part of the gameplay experience? I'll wait until you're back. Are you afraid? Come back. Damn, those ads be taking forever. I'm gonna keep going. Hello? I'm not even. I'm not trying to get angry. It's just that a lot of people ignore these gameplay settings altogether. You're not like them, right? Look, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? Okay, good. Glad. Glad we had this talk. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Begin the game. What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with
Like, there's a mouse on there too.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Is it down here?
Oh. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7?
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Shit. I think it was this one?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised.
No, they weren't. I just guessed.
After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Yeah, sure, totally.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say
Wait,
I
what?
remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, I've never seen this room in my life. Interesting.
This was the fifth mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
What? Oh my god! Best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video. It was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That's beautiful. Spooky noises again.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Hold on.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of
Oh my
all
god, we
the
could get
figurines
more.
we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
More. More.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Infinite Stanley glitch.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah, very solid room. I also don't remember it.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What happens if we go this way? Nothing.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
That's it? Oh. Oh.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Yes.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Huh?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
What?
I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley
What?
anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Wow.
Employee number 427.
And then it just loops over, huh?
He sat at his desk in room 427.
That's it? That was the true end?
Him through a monitor on his desk,
Was it?
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push.
Wow.
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day,
Amazing.
every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Amazing.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
So what the
No
fuck?
one had showed up to give him instructions. call a meeting or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So that's it, huh? Is the bucket still there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yes,
Stanley
it's still
decided to
there.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I guess that's it. That's interesting. So, Stanley isn't real? Huh. So, Sorry, I was just thinking about this now. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so from what I think, obviously narrator is aware a little bit in a way, because like he creates things, he makes things pop up, and even like sort of made his own games, as well as like the whole the that baby ending and like the other game he was working on, as well as like trying to create a Stanley Parable too. So he's like like sort of an AI trapped within stages of all these different games, but no player. So or anything to do with like that will interact with all these things. So he just like has to stay there, and which is why he created Stanley. So Stanley will be the one to interact with all these things that he's created, and so he can like hell yeah. At least that's my headcanon. I think that's cool. TLDR, the narrator went crazy and made Stanley so that he could be less crazy. Although he's still crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. TLDR, the narrator is a silly little guy and he's lonely. Someone help him, please. Well, that was the Stanley Parable 2, or Ultra Deluxe. Yippee! I'm gonna go eat some food now. How long have we been live? We've been live for 4 hours. Good lord. Hold on. I'm trying to check something out real quick. Never mind, I thought someone I knew was live that I wanted to raid. Yippee! Eat food, yes. Let's raid Unspelled. We haven't raided Unspelled in a while. I know Hat Kid is live, but I think we should raid Unspelled. They're making art. They work on a webcomic series actually. They're pretty good. I like their work. Unspilled. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna go eat. I don't know. I'll probably put up a poll for what we should do tomorrow. Or I'll probably just decide. I don't know. Don't you hate it when you just join stream? Yeah. RIP. I'm sending y'all to Unspelled now. We just finished the game, and I'm pretty sure I got all the endings. Well, until next time, I'm gonna start the raid. Y'all have a good yippee. I'm so fucking hungry, I'm gonna die. Wah.